Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Daemon Machina. And today the goal is to try to finish up as many side things as I can. Also, I forgot to activate a bunch of add-ons, so I did that. So pretty much what my goal is today is to try to at least get prepped to get as many side trophies as I can done. Also, I did do a couple battles of the arena to farm out a little bit of money just to see how quick that is. And it seems like I can get like almost 20,000 per like arena attempt. I think it was like 17,000, something like that. But today we're going to be going for all of the optional world bosses. I'm just going to be going through the ones in order to get them unlocked in the battle sim. Probably easier just for me to select on the map. And also doing as many side quests as I can. I might do some story, but I'll probably hold off from doing the final mission until at least one more stream. Because basically what I want to do today is to try to get all of what I would consider like the more interesting side content, which would be like bosses or missions. And then if I decide to commit to the platinum, I'll do the things like enemy grinding and stuff like that off stream. Because I really don't want to grind out 9,000 enemies on stream. Or 10 million money for that matter, but both of those would probably overlap a lot. So I just pulled up a map of where each of the unique bosses are. Also, I think I went to the wrong area. I think it's forest is where I was looking for. Let's go back to base just to get a full heal. And then we might just explore some facilities to see if I can randomly stumble into the 100 floors of that. So they're just kind of over here for one of the bosses. I don't know if I'm gonna fight every variation of them or if that's required. But I at least want to fight the first variation of every boss.
Daemon,
And try to grab just as many random miscellaneous trophies as I can before the end of the day. If I'm like not even close to any of them, then that would kind of steer me away from wanting to commit to the platinum, especially for things like the collectibles. Like if I can't find enough music records or cards, there is no map that I could find, and I don't really want to just search around the entire map picking up random shiny spots. The boss is spawned in, so we'll just go for them after I grab whatever this body is. I feel like I was recently playing something that hard to do as the pickup, and I keep trying to do that. go the exact opposite way. So the main trophies that I would like to see done today are collectibles or things for investigating facilities. And also to have all the bosses unlocked in the simulator if I happen to also finish up any armor sets, that would be nice. Because I didn't realize that I did manage to summon the robot. And halfway down to their health bar there. And I do see their weak spot, but also it's kind of weird to try to hit it. Get a little bit of a heal. Don't know what that is. The problem with this boss just seems to be they have a lot of health. Also melee maybe not the way to go. And there goes the boss. So that could have definitely gone a bit better, but it was fine. Main thing is I just needed to get boss dead once so that they can go in the sim. So weapon or a skill will go weapon. Ideally, I want to avoid enemies, but I am going to go ahead and save it just so we don't lose that boss progress. Yeah, pretty much if once I'm done with all the bosses, I don't know if I'm going to immediately go into farming them. But probably the definite move after that is to try to explore the open world a little bit more just to see if I can get any of the collectible things. Really? I definitely feel like the one that I have the least progress on, and the one that's maybe kind of weirdly concerning, is I don't have a lot of the trading cards. And trading cards might be the only achievement that's kind of annoying, other than like the grindy ones. Because there's also no guides on like what might be a good deck or what cards are strong. It's pretty much just going blind with everything as far as big collectibles. Other than like a secret boss who I don't care about or intend to fight because it takes like 8 hours of real time. 4 hours minimum. That was a rough 2 hits. I don't think they're going to be able to shoot me that fast. Because all I needed to do at that point was fast travel away. Against my better judgment, let's take a peek in the cave to see if anything looks neat, and then if not, I'll just fast travel back to base for a heal. I'm not entirely sure where I can find all of the logs I need. I know that some of them are probably on the story path. I don't want to deal with any enemies when I'm gonna get two-shotted. Especially not those enemies, because I think that was the big swarm enemy. If they're gonna throw a repair container at me, though, I might consider it. I kind of forget which one I have on. I couldn't remember if it was the attack or the shield. Don't think I want to fight those. They're just kind of a problem. Let's go ahead and head back to base to get a refill. Then we'll look for the next boss. I also forgot to check if there's anything I can get here. There's gold stand done. Which it looks like is just a bunch of crafting stuff, so it's not really worthwhile. Let's just get an idea of how much money I actually have with selling duplicates. I think I want to sell anything there. Then pretty much I'm just seeing how much money I can get through the equipment that I have. While saving at least one copy so I have a duplicate if needed. Looks like this isn't gonna get me quite to the million. I do have way more development data, which is probably where most of my sell money is gonna come from. For some reason I have way more duplicate boots. Weapons I'll probably have a lot more of. And I'm just going whichever one sells the lowest, assuming the higher price one's better. Unless I just decide to tab between them to actually check the stats. almost 1,000,000 there. So data should put me just above 1,000,000. Assuming I even get that far. Actually, I probably won't. Yeah, the main thing is I'm just trying to keep at least one of every weapon. Because I don't know if it would count against me if I didn't. There's 1,000,000. So hypothetically, I could just keep going through and selling everything to see how much I get, but I'm not going to get anywhere near the 10,000,000 I need for the other trophy. So at least I've got that one out of the way. So how close am I? 4,000 is the next big upgrade unless I want to enhance my bikes. Let's take a peek at the side quests. I think there was a couple that are still technically locked off. Okay, so that one just takes priority. So we'll maybe do that one.
お前に依頼したいことがある。引き受けてくれるか。
あんたが頼み事とは珍しいな。だが、厄介事はごめんだぞ。
まあそう言うな。実はここ最近正体不明の辻斬りが人を襲う事件が多発してな。
穏やかじゃないな。
まったくよ。これ以上婿の民が犠牲になるのは何としても止めたいのだ。
だがなぜ俺なんだ。あんたが調査すればいいだろう。
被害者の刀傷はわしの流派の太刀筋によく似ているのだ。わしにも疑いの目は向けられておる。疑いが晴れるまで迂闊な動きができん。
あんたの他の弟子がやったって可能性は。
皆どこにいるのかわからん。しかし一人はお前も知っておろう。
まさか刃だと。
わからん。奴は人間と敵対しないと言った。誓いを破るような男ではない。だが市場を挟めば瞳は曇る。故に信頼できるお前に頼みたいの
だ。高くつくぞ。
もとより承知の上よ。ではこの事件のことはお前に託す。狂人を振るう者は廃都市に出没しているそうだ。用心していくのだぞ。
I'm guessing, yeah, that just takes priority because it's like a special event mission. It definitely made it sound way more ominous when I was like reading it. Another thing I could hypothetically do is go around and get the entire map revealed. I don't think I'm going to be able to get 100 beacons, and those will probably be another off-stream thing, since I've already done a couple of them, and they aren't particularly quick.
お前まで来る必要はなかったんだぞ。
あんたが犯人じゃないとも限らないからな。
やれやれ。勝手にしてくれ。
しかし辻斬りね。なんとも古風だが、目的は何だ？
さあな。とにかく捕まえればはっきりするさ。
Good start to vehicle there.
るか。
Grab the random decal, even though it's technically not needed for anything.
Take this.
I didn't see if there was an option to check how far I've traveled by vehicle. Like, I did see that there's a lot of stats that have something tied to it that shows me where it is. Like, I can see exactly how many enemies I've grabbed or how many I've taken out. And how many collectibles I've gotten. I didn't see if there's one for vehicle distance traveled. I think I have to fly over there.
Sa te, oni ga deru ka, ja ga deru ka.
出たな。
マジか、いきなりかよ。
Not quite enough damage for the kill.
こいつ何なんだ。
さあな、こいつが本当に刃か。一度フォージに見てもらおう。
Try to grab a couple other mining spots. Missed one. Okay, there's the one. Except for the trophy for mining, I need to do that 100 times. In addition to, like, 100 including what I've already done so far. I have no idea if there's a way for me to track that either. Don't like that I'm getting attacked by enemies while doing this. And dead. Yeah, it was kind of a shame that I could get attacked while mining, and I don't know there's a way to cancel mining. I could have probably just run, but I was hoping I could maybe just win the fight. But I didn't expect to already be at 0 health.
この辺りだ。警戒しろ。
So we gotta do this fight again. We'll do that instead. And take the easy win. I think we'll try the mining again, and then we'll go back to base, but I'm going to ignore the one that's surrounded by enemies. Too late on that one and too early on the other one. I think now we go back to base so I can quickly turn that in unless I want to go for fast travel here. And maybe we just try this one to see if I can get the map revealed. Way too early. Also, apparently a miss just completely breaks it, which I've never done before. Cool, I can't move because of the mining. I don't like how enemies can attack me during that and it completely locks me in. I guess this was the other communication tower option I had if I didn't want to do the one I did. The other thing I think I need to be looking out for just kind of in general is random outposts, because that seems to be where I can get some of the collectibles. Gonna grab an energy refill, but otherwise avoid everything there. And there is a trophy for getting 100 floors of these. I have no idea how many I've done, or if there's a way to check. But if I see one that's clearly not been claimed, I might as well go for it. I'm assuming just walking into the base would hopefully count as at least one floor. Panel there that's not active, electricity tanks. Good, time for repair console to show up. I'm guessing like this probably counts as 3 floors. least if that's like what the trophy means. And it's not like a specific facility type. But it's one of those that just feels vague enough that I don't exactly know what's counted. Looks like there's maybe even more ways down. Like, I definitely should have at least some of them done, just because I've been in these bases before, if they count. Still no good collectibles. Because I feel like these would be the places where I'd find things like logs or music. Because I have no idea what the purpose of most of these are. They just kind of seem to exist. Not quite enough damage there. I think I actually need a lot of those cables for beacons. Other than boss weapons, I don't know what ones I need to craft as far as extras. If I were farming boss weapons and armor, I would probably finish up the list for those today, because I only need like 100 unique ones, which does not require everyone in the game. Definitely want to see more repair spray drops. Repair tanks here, but nothing else. I think we drop down and see what we can find. If there's a way to drop down. to then break out a stun. If I was lucky, I would also get the 30 standoffs just from these random fights. Gonna play it a little bit safe, even though I should have probably just left to go for heal. Also don't know, I didn't actually like take stock of any types of weapon names, so I don't exactly know what ones I'm missing. I can get through this door, but I might need to go back for one of those repair tanks. Unless there's no enemies up ahead. I don't think there's any reason why I shouldn't. Okay, so I can't save it when I'm in one of these buildings. Hairspray, so I got one of those back. Not sure why those were getting picked up by the scan or why they were glowing. And this seems to have kind of just gone in a circle. I'll hit a tank just so I'm full health.
Yosh.
For some reason, those ones seem to hit more. There's clearly a door here that I locked. And these two paths connected, and then that looks like it's probably a way up. I think I might be done here. Unless there is something else down here that I missed. I think we just did. Unless there is more to this computer console that I didn't activate. But it seems like it was just that one switch. So if I need to do 100 floors of facilities, hopefully that was like 3 or 4. And we'll go turn in the quest. Unless there's another fast travel point near here that I haven't picked up. Not sure if that one's new, but it sounded fancy. Also, the nice thing about these facilities is that they give me pretty frequent heals. That stun is just kind of annoying. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does pretty much just freeze me for a minute. Let me just take I don't think I can take a peek at my weapon stats here. So it shows me the most used vehicle, but it doesn't tell me how far I traveled with it. And that's just my general collection stuff, which I can then presumably go down a list of things and then go from there. But I don't think anybody's made any guides for that. There is a thing for removing like 50 boss parts, and if that's right, I'm only at 13. In terms of number of cards, I'm at 29 of 100. That's kind of the thing where a lot of the collection stuff for this seems very grindy and very vague on where I find it. Let's at least reveal the map that's over here. There's a bypass over there. Another fast travel point on this side of the map wouldn't hurt. And, like, the only hint that I have for like cards, logs, or music is that they're the small circles and they're usually white. And they seem to appear at like random outposts, but not necessarily the facilities that are the big towers. Early. Way too late on that one. Like, I think my biggest gripe with like the trophy list for this game is just it seems like a lot of the achievements, they took what would have been a reasonable achievement and then multiplied the requirement by 10. Like, I don't think there's any reason why like 100 perfect mining nodes feels needed. It's like they tried to design some of the trophies to encourage a live service ideology for it, but then didn't actually put stuff that requires it. Like 10,000 enemies seems like something you might be able to do through like many hours of multiplayer, but most of the missions are boss rushes with like one enemy. Where the only exploring is like on the way to the boss. I guess that does slow down the ring if I'm messing up the timing more often. At least by a little bit. But it definitely seems like the best one by far is the one that adds an extra attempt. Now perform this action while on mission, so I guess we have to go turn that in because it won't let me do anything else. I don't think I'm feeling these laser shoulders. Like, I think conceptually they sounded neat, but they're not the easiest to keep up. That one's poor guidance, but seems to do more damage, where this one is a huge amount of missiles that are just hard to get away from. I think there's almost no reason for me to use an auxiliary item. Like, I don't think it does much, and it kind of doesn't benefit me enough. That shield is fine, because I just need shield for levels I don't actually plan to use it. Let's continue the mission.
こいつが例の犯人か。調べるのは構わんが。どうした？こいつ動き出さんよな。多分な。
Let's do this one to get it out of the way, even though that also shuts down story for a bit.
装備は使いこなせている。
ねえねえ、これどこかで見たことない？
これはレギオンが加えていた。どうかしたか？
それってノインだよね。統制局もってことは来るなのかな？
話が見えないな。どういうことだ？
製造している会社に変な噂があってさ、統制局と組んでヤバい薬を作ったり変なものを作ってる工場があるんだって。
所詮噂だろ。
兵士用の違法な薬が出回っているのは事実なんだ。
兵士たちが使ってる薬なんて大概が違法だけどな。
そんなレベルじゃなくて体までぶっ壊しかねない強烈なやつ。とにかく噂が本当かどうか調べておかないと危ないだろ。
それで噂の工場の場所
はわからない。その会社情報は公開していないんだ。できないのかもしれないけどね。
確かに怪しいが場所が特定できないんじゃ手詰まりだぞ。
と思うだろ。でも取引するって情報を掴んだんだ。もちろん大当たり製薬会社が絡んでいるみたいなんだ。
放っておくわけにはいかないか。
取引の現場を押さえてほしいんだ。ぶっ飛ばしてもいいけど捕まえるのが優先だぞ。
で、どこで行われるんだ？
廃都市のどこかみたいだ。武装しているはずだから準備をしっかりね。
So we'll just head there next. I still don't think there's any kind of marker to indicate if I've finished up any of the towers that I've been to. grab a couple more mining spots while I'm here. If I see the trophy pop for 100, then I can just kind of be done with them. Here we go.
「取引の現場はあそこか。逃げられる前に抑えないとな。
なんだ貴様、ここから立ち去れ。
その中の者とお前たちに用がある。
何のことだ。
やましいことがないなら中を見たっていいよな。
構わん、やれ。ハントどもめ、今だ。戦闘継続します。程度。戦闘継続。程度。よし。続と風情。
Ran out of heals there, but it's fine. There's one.
例の薬と職員を確保。後の処理は旅団に任せる。
Another beacon. Gonna go ahead and just reveal whatever's up there first. I think that's the only part of this map that I haven't seen. I did see that there's another random, like, deliver an item mission, but those usually just give me attachments, which I don't really need. I mean, some of them are good, but they're not really needed. Grab one mining spot on the way. I'm guessing that makes the timing more generous. Still easy to mess up if I hit it too early, but I think it just makes the timing like a window a little bit wider. I'm guessing this is that underground boss who I don't know if I need. Actually, no, it's a different one. It's a stronger version of a boss I haven't fought yet. We'll worry about that later. I'll go get my free heal. This is a follow-up to the mission that I started with.
よ、例のやつ調べが終わったぞ。結論から言うと、中身は刃とかいうノインじゃないぜ。
だが動きは本物そのものだったぞ。
ストレイみたいなもんだ。特殊な AI で挙動を模倣してんのさ。
アウター能力はまさかそこまで再現できるのか。
だが武装を調整して似せたものは可能かもしれん。
疑似的にアウターを量産できるということか。
そういうことだ。他はどうか知らんが、少なくともこのコピーはいい線だったようだな。これを考えたやつは頭がいい。性格は最悪だろうがな。
性格までわかるのか。
無差別に人を切るなんて性格がいいやつがやることじゃねえよな。幸いにもお前が持ってきたアーセナルを調べたらこいつの出所が分かった。毎年近く森の中だ。そこから命令が発信されてる。遠慮なくぶっ壊してこい。
One downside right now is I don't have any allies joining me for these missions. Right up to the 4,000 yet. I did see I spent like 53,000. I need 70,000 for another trophy. But that one actually seems more reasonable. And hopefully some of these side missions taking me through facilities will just naturally get me like the 100 I need. Little bit early on that one. sword from them, but it's one of those items I never use. So yeah, that definitely slows the ring down. That one's not too bad. I still think I prefer the one that just straight up gives me another hit. Too early on one and too late on another. These enemies are probably one of the better ones for just locking in grabs. Those ones are also good unless they get pinned on a wall, then I just can't interact with them. Another log. I'm guessing those are probably easier to find on side stories. Back up, nothing major there. Repair tanks if I need heals, and a card. Card is actually what I want more of. I heard I can maybe buy some at various places, but I have no idea where.
刃、お前がなぜここに？
知れたことを、己のしでかしたことは、己でケリをつける。
関係しているのか？
奴らの信頼を得るためとはいえ、この研究に手を貸したのは愚行だった。なればこそ。まだ残っていたか。来るぞ。構えよ。運極。 まずは一体。
これで全部か。
いや、ここに来た時には何体かすでに稼働済みだった。残りも探し出し切る。ではな。
おい、相変わらず勝手なやつだ。任務完了。祈祷する。
I think luckily I got both a standoff win and a grab win. And I got one of the melee weapons I've been waiting on. Double blade mode, it can string up to 5 hits. That one's basically, I now have a weapon that can be a single blade or a dual blade depending on preference. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't realize I could get that through this mission, but I did hear that there was a side mission if I spared him. I will probably equip that and then take off my 2 bladed weapons that I have. Assuming that's strong enough to be comparable. So I didn't. I definitely want to go back and check. But I guess I missed a log. I feel like the side quests and the main story might give me enough logs I need to get the completion thing. If I were being thorough for those. Which is kind of why my hope today would be to finish up most, if not all, of the remaining side quests. Like, if I feel like I'm getting towards the end or I'm not seeing a whole bunch of side things open up, then I might be more inclined to go for story. But I would probably prefer to try to avoid finishing out the story today. Just to see how much side stuff I can get done, and if it is going to be viable for me to commit to the platinum. Because it comes down to how much stuff am I going to do off stream, and if I'm going to be doing most of the trophy stuff off stream, then there's kind of no reason to commit to the platinum. If it's just the grindy things, though, then that's a different story. Like, I don't think I need to fight the 9,000 enemies on stream or get the 1,000 grabs, or... Like, driving would be nice to have it pop on stream, but unless I can find a way to track it, there's no way for me to guarantee it. Let's turn in the quest. I was gonna check my new sword. Because if the new sword is good enough, then I might also do a very big charge laser. .676 doesn't feel like a particularly high amount of damage. Also, there is another sword I wanted to go for later. But if I have just that one as my melee weapon, does that give me enough to get the charge laser? I was actually thinking of getting that one, but I guess I got this one at some point, which seemed to give me way more. Even leaves me enough room for something else.
ああ、
あいつらにいろいろと聞いて工場が判明したんだ。
いろいろとな。
お話が得意な団員に任せて締め上げて吐かせたんだって。
なるほど。
冗談だよ。少しお金を渡したら喜んで話してくれたってさ。
悪い冗談だ。
工場の場所の他にも気になることを言っていたらしいよ。やばい薬を開発しているだけじゃなくて、その開発方法がちょっとあれなんだ。
人体実験か。条約で禁止されているのを知らないわけはないだろうに。
統制局がそんなもの守ると思う？あいつら自身がルールなんだよ。
なら遠慮はいらないな。それで工場を調査するのか。
そうなんだけど、トビーたちは手助けできないんだ。表向きは民間の会社の持ち物だから旅団が押し入るわけにはいかないだろ。
でも傭兵の俺ならか。
そんなとこだね。お願いしてもいい？
報酬さえもらえればな。
装備は
I did want to see if I can maybe equip one more weapon that needs levels. So, bow needs one. Two-handed or lance. One. And then just regular punches needs a bunch. For that, I think we're good to go. Is in fact another facility to investigate. Like, the more of those I get for free, the better. And maybe if I'm lucky, I'll see the trophy pop. More done there. Too early. I'm slightly curious how quickly I could level up punches. Probably quicker if I had 2 empty weapon slots.
ただの工場じゃないな。警備用の設備が良すぎる。こいつは当たりかもな。
I feel like it maybe does a ton of stun damage, but it doesn't do a lot of regular damage. It is counted as one of the melee weapons I haven't really leveled up. Okay, but can I just punch these to get punch levels? At a glance, I'm guessing no. Never mind. That is apparently a viable way to get punch levels. Unfortunately, I can only do like one punch at a time. Unless I were to like throw away another weapon. And I have to assume that this is one of the weapons I have to level up because it is on the list. There is a better melee weapon that I might go for after this. I think this one sounds interesting, it's just... it feels slow. But I'm gonna commit to just punching these control devices. Because if I somehow get punched to level 5, that's probably the worst weapon done. And I don't know if it counts the actual, like, punch weapons, or if those are a different thing. But I'm going to assume that those are a different thing and just keep punching. Because I think it's based on number of hits. Is how it determines levels. And I did already confirm that the control towers count for levels. Shield is just one that I kind of don't know how I level it up. I'm assuming blocking, but I don't know if I have to like use a special ability for it. Level 3. It only took half control tower. If I didn't equip shield, I would have probably been able to like double the speed of this. I also don't really know where to use key cards, because the only hint I got was that one side mission that they're for special base types, but I have no idea where to find those. Didn't mean to break both of those, but it's fine. Maybe that isn't as bad as I think, it just has like chain hits. But the chain hits themselves aren't very hard. Another beacon. If beacons were quicker to find, I would consider going for those on stream, but I mean, it takes me like probably 5 minutes per beacon, and I have to find 100 of them. Again, is another case where it just feels like there's way too many. Like, conceptually, I don't hate the idea of them, but there's just, like, a dozen more than there needs to be. And a dozen is probably undercutting, it's probably like 10 times more than it needs to be, because once you find like 10 beacons, you kind of get the idea. One big room of enemies. That looks like another log. I can't one-shot these guys with this weapon, which is not the most ideal. That does mean that I'm missing out on grabs from those, and also it means that there's something in reinforcements. I mean, the reinforcements aren't too bad, but I would also rather not deal with any. Another log to add to the collection. I think this is just a shortcut back. I was getting pinged earlier because it's a femto thing.
Yoshi. この扉ロックされている。よほど見られたくないものがあるのか、それとも。
I was supposed to go this way anyway, I just did it in the wrong order. I don't remember how many of each collectible I needed.
こいつただの雑魚とは違うみたいだな。サンプルを分析してもらった方が良さそうだ。祈祷後報告する。
The laser shotgun or regular shotgun? This one seems to be the rare one. Sure that there was nothing else there. I also did hear that apparently a hard counter to like Legion and their abilities is jamming weapons.
そんなに知りたいのか。
いける。
戦闘に支障はありません。戦闘継続します。銃だ。奈落に落ちろ。
It's also kind of hard to break out of the combo for that one to do the grab. That large repair one was very tempting. I think we're done here. I think the thing that makes me nervous about the way that these facilities are, if it's 100 floors, I'm assuming that's not 100 rooms. Which would mean that would be like one floor for that entire thing. Which, if that's how they're counted, would kind of suck. Go ahead and see if I can swap this. Because double melee just seems better. And now that we got upgraded, it's probably worthwhile.
成功だね。
あと 連中が作っていた実験体のサンプルとデータだ。調べてくれ。
了解。工場で装備開発に使えそうなデータがあったから後で見ておいた方がいいよ。
たくましいな。
いただけるものはいただかないとね。調べるのが終わったら知らせるね。
So it seems like those two are basically going to be alternating until I finish both of them. I think before I get to anything else, I am going to try to finish up okay, so that's one of the special facilities that I can use the card on. I'm gonna attempt to locate a special hidden weapon. Because it is one of the stronger melee weapons in the game. I don't know if it's the strongest one, but it is one of them. Too early there. It does seem like it's very good at stunning. These are usually the types of areas that have the drops like cards. If there is one. Missiles that inflict burns. Lance. Arguably, I should probably just equip that one to the open slot. Seems like nothing else major here, though.
注意しろ。イモータルだ。
A couple more crit successes there. Use up all of my items because why not? And now it was too early. Not sure why that was so laggy for a minute there. I thought like because it was like registering it, like maybe I got the trophy. That was too early. Wasn't the boss I was looking for, but I kind of didn't remember that there was another boss here. Go ahead and do that, never mind. I feel like I don't have the damage output for this. Like, I know the batteries are the weak spots, but also I don't know if I can reliably hit the batteries. Also, just because why not? What if I save it right here just in case we get killed immediately? I don't think we're getting this one. I might be able to do like the base version of that boss, but probably not the buffed beta versions. I think I'm just gonna do this and get a free heal. And now let's head back and see if I can find the thing I was looking for. So it's supposed to be like somewhere around here. And it said if it's not here, I might have to wait until I beat the game. It's just supposed to kind of be in this general area. Unfortunately, they showed where it is on the map, but not like what the tunnel actually looks like. That is the entrance over there. And the spot they were at on the map was irrelevant. I'm gonna go ahead and save it here. Finding healing sprays is always a benefit.
準備はいいな。
So basically there's supposed to be an enemy here who drops a development data for a laser sword. And it's supposed to be a boss weapon. That was a lot of damage. That's not the weapon, but that is an interesting one to find. That's supposed to be like a legendary quality weapon is the one that I'm looking for. If it wasn't for the shoulder weapon that heals me being such a big drain on resources, it is almost tempting to use that one for going for all these side bosses. But in general, it would have been better if I was still able to access the healing partner. But I get the feeling they're gone until the end of the game. Unfortunately, the unload move for that is kind of bad. And we got it first try. That's supposed to be Void's boss weapon. And while it didn't confirm whether it's the best one in the game, it did say it's at least one of them. It's also very easy to craft, so I'm just gonna go grab that. I'll say, since it is a laser sword, it is very tempting to then like put on another melee weapon so I can dual wield like before. Because the whole point of me trying out this one particular sword was the option to dual wield, but I didn't think it was going to be kind of the way it is. Let's go ahead and take off my other melee weapon. Does mean that unfortunately I don't have enough to keep on the big charge laser. Unless I swap to heavier gear. I don't know why it's not letting me change the placement of that. And is there anything else that I really want to focus on? I did want to see about putting out another melee weapon. Did just get a new lance. That is too much for memory. attachments can I put on this one? I don't think the shield takes up a whole bunch. I think I'll just do that one just so I can start getting levels on it. So now I think we'll go knock out maybe a side quest and a boss. First I'm gonna go grab that fast travel I wasn't able to earlier. Also, apparently I got what seems to be a low roll for the weapon, but I don't think I'm gonna try min-maxing, because I just don't think it's needed and it's too much effort. I think I was a little bit early on that one. All I need to do for the quest is to fly up here and go near the fast travel spot, and then that's done. Too late on that one. Like, I feel like generally speaking I should be getting close to 100, but I don't know if there's any way to check. Way too late on that one. That was a lot of damage. And we got fast travel point there. Head back for the free heal, and then I think we'll go for that other facility side quest. And then we'll go for a boss. I'm guessing those two can only be accepted one at a time. Like, part of me almost wants to go through the end of the game just to get the other party members back, but I think if I do that, then I'm just not going to worry about the trophies. Like, if I was worried about, I heard that some shopkeepers might have cards, but I don't know where. Too late on that one. So I imagine if I really was trying to min-max, I could just mod a bunch of attachments onto all of my gear that I have, and then make everything reduce memory. Or boost how much memory I have. But I haven't quite gotten to that point. Which would then probably trivialize a lot of the weird weapon management that I have to do. But it depends on how many of the attachments that I actually have. Like, if I already have everything on that boosts how much stuff I can hold, then it doesn't matter how many slots I add. A few more of those. And there's the side quest.
出たな。ひどい匂いだ。
注意しろ。妹。いい動きをする。
The other goodies around here. There's a box. The right side's a dead end, but it probably is worth checking. Small repair spray isn't the worst, because those are probably the ones I most commonly use. Just because it makes it so that I'm not at the 1 HP mechanic. This way leads to a dead end. There's level 5 for Lance, remember that. So if nothing else, I got another weapon done from this. Don't see anything else there. Guess there's a thing I was supposed to check over here.
ひどいな。処分もせずに放棄したのか、奴らは。
Another log. It seems like I'm gonna get a few of those here.
注意しろ。妹だ。自分を信じろ。戦う力は常に自分にある。
I don't know if that counted as a grab. No other goodies around here. Yeah, this mission seems like a bunch of free log finds.
Nani? こいつ。
Not quite enough damage.
諦めるな。諦めた時が死ぬ時だ。
一人でずっとこんな場所に。来世は幸せにな。歌も対象に。奴らここで何を。
Here's another mission done. So can I just fast travel out here? I can. We'll go do that. I need like 1,200 before I can buy any of the other things. How much does it? Guess I can do this first. Okay, so that just tells me where the factories are that I can use them. Those definitely count as multiple floors for the things I need. It looks like I have 4 for like one spot there. Materials wise, these aren't too bad. It's more of a case where they're expensive to do. Like 10,000 each. Let's see what attachments I can put on now that I got this open. Things like just get 800 hit points, which I don't think is worthwhile. Guess I don't know how I would want to increase weight. Boosted weapon mastery, because why not? I forget what this set was good at. Good at laser, bad at physical. I can just put that on to like balance it. I think I've already got both of those on. I have Revenger and Halberd on already, which are both giving me memory. Maybe I just go those two. And just ideally, like, probably never use the dual wield for one unless I decide to mix up the combo I'm doing. Now I want to look into another boss. It looks like the one big kind of worm boss that I've been seeing, the base versions around here. We're gonna save it and then go for them. That's about it. There's another boss done. Definitely way easier than the other counterparts. So we'll get a heal and then we're just gonna go immediately for the next one. And this one's actually flying in the mountains where I was nearby earlier. Gotta make sure I save it though. And then there's only one more boss and then I'll have fought in the base form of every like major boss I need to worry about. And then I think every other boss other than that is optional or is already going to be in the battle sim because of story. think like when I get the weapon I have leveled up, it could be extremely good. But until then, it's just kind of meh. Still no sign of the supposed optional boss that's supposed to be around here. Heavy armor, durability. Is it just supposed to be kind of flying around here somewhere? Forgot to turn off Mirage. The only thing I can think of is it's not spawned in because I'm not far enough in the story yet. It's just supposed to kind of be flying around here. And it would be this big ominous orb. If it's not here, then I guess I have to come back later. Not up to 100. Yeah, I guess I'll just knock out this facility while I'm here. I forgot to check if I have an open weapon slot. I do. I might go for punches again. We'll check out here, and then I'll go for the other boss. Because the other boss should definitely be around. Because there's like 3 variations, and I can't imagine they're all locked post-game. Where the boss that I was trying to find there only has the one. Not sure if those drops are important, but I'll just grab them because I should. Their whole gimmick seems to be they jam radars. Looks like all of them. Never mind. Seems like if I activate one of them, then all of them nearby also get activated. Good time to find that. There's one singular shiny thing. I feel like I should try to grab it. And it was just repair spray. Maybe that does do a little bit more damage than I'm giving it credit for. But it does take a lot of consecutive hits. And realize I could check my mastery from there. There's a whole bunch of mazes here, but I can't tell if it's even worthwhile to go through them. Getting a lot of grab kills at least. In fact, I might check how many I'm at, roughly. Uh, 277, so like, if all of those are kills, I'm about a fourth of the way there. I'm only at 17 standoffs one. Like, part of my idea is if I do end up grinding, like, kills and all of those off stream, the ones that are tracked, I'll just leave it so there's, like, one left. Then I'll just find some point where it happens naturally. And if not one left, then like presumably close enough that I'll probably just hit them before the end of the game. So basically, I got a big cannon. But it costs so much memory that I would basically need a whole new armor set just to hold it. Music's not a bad find, because I do need that. Art is a great find. It looks like that's everything major here. Like there's 3 rooms of mazes, but I don't know if I care. Because like the trophy is investigate 100 floors, it's not 100 rooms. I can at least take a different path out just to see if I get any other loot on the way. But I think the music and the card were probably the big ones. A little bit too long with that one combo. So I guess 270 enemies grabbed doesn't necessarily mean 270 enemies killed with grab. But it is the only measure I see. I can at least assume it will be close if it isn't kills. And we'll just make our way out. So now we'll go back to the boss that I was intending to fight earlier. And health-wise I'm decent, so I don't need to worry about going back to heal. So said it's a large robot in the northern part of this desert. Didn't mean to grab that one, but it's fine. That is where I put the robot. It's kind of hard to. Yeah, exposing the batteries definitely seems to be the way to go for getting boosted damage. And there's another boss time. So with that, that's other than the one boss who I couldn't find. That seems like it's all of the major optional bosses. Which means that all of them should be available in the simulator. If I like really wanted to farm them out. I don't think I have to fight every version of them. So now do I go back to main story or do I just keep working on these other side quests? Or do I try some simulator matches to see what equipment I can get? I don't need to fight Gear Worm unless he drops like a core I need. Maybe we'll try a Bull rematch. Also, these are nice because I get access to any party members, even ones who aren't available in the story. Billy wants to use just that one specific move. There's a repair spot. Probably should have just tried to hit one of those. Good heal. Okay, so that's way more missiles than I thought I was gonna have. Is the max lockout. Don't really know what to do about her barrier most of the time. They're just kind of a tank. Like, I don't think my partners are necessarily that bad. I did have both partners die and I didn't have the energy to revive them. Like, it feels like I'm doing more damage this time, and I don't think I'm doing anything substantially different. And it's very difficult to get away from that one move. Time to get hit by the nearly unavoidable AoE. When they get knocked down and I can't do any damage, always feels worse. Go for healer while Mirage is distracting. And we won. I heard this is extremely good, but it's also extremely expensive. Guards against enemy attacks, cuts all damage both physical and laser based, does not guard against all angles, maybe times when the shield doesn't move fast enough for a successful guard. Okay, so it actually does cause me to just move slower. So it does seem like while I would take a hit to a lot of my stats, it might be worthwhile for the memory boost for the Greaves. I could take off Bazooka to get the needed amount I need, but then I would have no ranged weapon. So I guess if I were to filter by, say, attribute damage, do basic damage, how far down do I have to go before I hit something that I can use? Handgun? Probably not. So assault rifle would be the only thing that I can put on with my current set that does reasonable damage. As far as range weapons. But I do also have the missile pack, but I'm wondering if the damage is too low for those. Also, while I'm here, let's take a look at those couple cards I got.
あんたカードゲームああうわ
100 attack to this card if I have 2 or more melee weapons. And that's just any melee weapon. I don't think I use those well enough to justify trying to make them work. So these have really high starting, but they drop depending on the number of cards in hand. That one's really strong, but it requires the opponent to have at least one of those. It's better than that one. All 3 emblems are present, apply 90 to attack to that one. This feels like a notably better deck because it feels like I have a lot of things that are chaining against different things. This is one of those side things that I kind of was hoping I'd get more collectibles to deal with. But also it's very hard for me to tell when any of the cards are any good. Or what I should be building in general. We got a tie there. Apparently because I went first, I get the point for some reason. Otherwise, if it's a perfect tie, I guess we decide with a random card. If they don't get rid of at least 2 cards, I think I just kind of win. They have to get rid of at least one of their moon cards. That has no attacks, so this is probably the weakest one on the field. And one. So first random match I was actually able to win. So I don't know why my card didn't get a buff there. That's how I can get a lot of cards quick, is just winning random matches. I'm gonna continue one of the side missions now.
すまん、急ぎの知らせが来た。お前にも手を貸してほしい。
何があった？
例のコピー機体が発見された。至急討伐に向かってほしいのだ。機体はいくつかの地域で確認されている。お前は廃都市の奴らを対処してくれ。
わかった。乗りかかった船だからな。だが、
高くつくだろ。分かっておる。終わったらわしが秘蔵している酒で一本傾けようぞ。
楽しみだ。
そう言ってくれると思ったぞ。わしも楽しみよ。これ以上おもちゃなんぞに犠牲者を増やさせるわけにはいくまい。
乗り物
Fortunately, it does not show an icon if I've beaten a player in a card game. I did just get 2 new cards, so let's take a peek at those. If there are any character cards in the opponent's area, apply 70 to this card. So we'll try it out. And the trophy is I just have to win 30 games, so hypothetically I could just duel against the first person 30 times, but there I think is another trophy for getting so many cards. I'll debuff 2 of the types of cards right away. Okay, this was the one who did have the character card. I should have probably played the one that lets me draw my cards so I can debuff that one faster, but I figured that would be a quicker way to debuff. Like with just that, I almost have enough. I just have to take one more turn of hits. Now that one will take a debuff, and hopefully I'll get a stronger card there. Just realized I debuffed myself by accident. So how did they get that many cards? Like their whole hand must have been draw more cards. Because I think they went from like 1 in their hand to 4. They basically replaced their entire field. They were mostly sun card driven, so I can swap out those other than save that one for later. Kind of a lucky first turn there, because I didn't have a great start. I don't really have a good way to get a star unless it probably counts itself. They only swapped out 2. They won on defense there. I almost want to keep that one up, even though I don't think it. Maybe do that. Because I'll debuff them. Oh wait, actually, Van Brace also counts as a weapon. Didn't realize that was going to count as a weapon. I feel like I just don't have quite what I need there. I need either get lucky and get a card draw early, or I need to have more character cards. At the very least, I want to try the different matches to see like if I can clear out a few of them. Having a card made to counter weapons when like most of the cards are weapons is tricky.
いいね。
See what the new card was that I just got. Three more of those and apply points to that. Like, I at least feel like I have a deck. It's not like hard catered to beat anybody, but it is kind of enough of a mash together that I can maybe sneak out some wins. Also, I have a card that lets me draw more cards that's just stronger than the ones I start with. All 8 are filled with the same emblem. Whoever plays it wins. So as long as I don't play cards that are all the same emblem, we're fine. And that card otherwise has no stats, so they need to get something else. Three additional cards the following turn, but it has really bad stats. I only need to win one more turn. We'll just see what they do. They played the same suit. All of which get debuffed. And buff me. So I win again. At least I can say I'm actually winning card matches now. There's another new card type. Yeah, the whole thing with cards is I need to win 30 times and get 100 different cards by any means. So hypothetically, if I get 100 cards, then I can just find the easiest opponent and just beat them a bunch of times. And there is that side quest for the tournament that I can go do.
あの日以来みんな
まあいいだろう。
What is that new one that I just got? If you have discarded 5 or more cards, apply attack 110 to this card. That would pair really well with Toby. But it's basically an end of the game thing, so I have to last that long. I'd say conceptually, I kind of prefer it to these. Because it's basically, I get an end of the game chance to get like 200 attack power. Assuming I can just clear the board. No character cards. Oh, this is melee weapon cards. That's why I'm not being able to use that one. Didn't realize it was melee specifically, because I think most of my weapon cards are ranged. So I swapped out a lot of the melee. Still won by 5 points. Their weapon cards got buffed, but I have at least one card that's basically canceling out that buff. Problem is, I didn't cancel out enough. I need something that counters that specific type, and that's not it. That's a little bit better. Problem is, they can now swap out their whole hand for something different. So it's like, what do I think they're gonna swap to, if anything? It's like, as long as they keep a Legion up, they are better off with weapons. only swapped out one. I cannot draw cards on the next turn. And they won. If I had kept my one character card in, I think I would have been able to pull through. So it seems like other than a couple exceptions, their almost entire deck is Moon. Like that one character card seemed to be the exception. I need a Sun card out. Then I can play that third one to get a buff there. Or I can play the character one to get a bigger buff. I just gonna need to play the character one because it gets debuffed by star cards. We'll save my slightly better card for afterward. I think I play it in place of that one. I don't have enough star cards to make that one work. Oh, is it just cards in my field? No, it's just on all present. I just need to win one more hand. I think they're gonna swap something out, but I don't know what. But I can afford to wait one turn. Unless I want to go for an added draw. Added draw was tempting, but I think I'll wait. They just decided to take a debuff, assuming I would discard that one card. So we win. At least I'm making progress on this, but 30 matches is still rough.
やられた。結構やるじゃん。
So I did see that I can get more than one card for a win.
もう一度勝負がしたい。お前さん、カード持っとるのか。
まあいい。
よし。
Don't like how he's called the card champion. So right now I only have 3 melee weapons, so the chance of him actually being useful are pretty low. I'm assuming I can put more cards in than 15, but 15 is the minimum. Where if I was very draw focused, I could maybe make that work. Big draw for a start. And then just hope that's the suit they play. It was one of them. That is just a very strong card to get to start. Because I just physically can't have enough cards in my hand to weaken it. Gonna try to not buff that one card. But I can't debuff it quite enough. And I got rid of it so I can do a full field swap now. I want to bank on them playing another character card. I think I want to avoid a character card because of that one. They discarded their card that gets buffed from discards. Point difference there is rough. debuffed everything on their field. Was it enough? It was not. I'm guessing they're like the strongest one at this main base area. And they're another one who has almost no star cards. If I had gotten the discard ones, I could have done a big swap at the end there to buff those, but I didn't get them. Character card who gets buffed, just them getting that first turn is always rude because it basically guarantees they win round 1. Also, they had a card that got buffed by a character card, so I couldn't really play my debuff ones as early as I wanted because it would have just buffed them. Don't have a great card to play here, so we'll just play that one. Need these two to buff this one. How much does that get? That gets 90, and I'm only taking away 35 from something that doesn't have any attack. No character cards, but I need to keep that one in for the other thing. I didn't realize that's only the following turn and not every turn. I selected the wrong emblem. Now we can do that instead. And they won. I think if I had realized earlier that that one draw card was only for the next turn, I would have swapped that out earlier. This is an interesting start. He's gonna get buffed, but it also buffs a similar amount. I just take 2 losses so that I can get the Thunderbird out for another big buff. He still won there. That one gets buffed by star cards, and that one gets buffed because I have the star cards. Hopefully that's enough. It was not because they swapped everything to Sun. I would have needed to swap out both of my weapons. I didn't have 2 characters to swap in for the weapons. There's probably a better discard set I could have done at the start that might have made that better, but they basically had the perfect setup to counter me. I'm guessing a tie is like when there's no attack. Like defense cancels everything out. They took the lead there. And do I play this to get the 1-turn boost, or do I keep that one out to debuff every turn? I think it's a bigger debuff if I take that out for 1 turn. I think I just skip a turn and see what they do. They're now getting the buff from the discard, so I need to probably take out their 1 card. Let's just do a full field clear. Hope that was enough. It was not, because they got a new card in who gets points based on how many cards are in my hand. It also seems like both of the better card players have the same 2 character cards, which I don't know if I can do anything about. Because it's a card that gets buffed if I have weapons, and it's a card that gets buffed if I have an empty hand. So if I draw all weapons, then I get countered by 1, and if I try to replace everything, I get countered by the other. They won on the coin toss there. So that is definitely just a better version of the card that I have. They're winning the ties because of that one weapon they have. Actually, never mind, it wasn't a tie. I think they were just out winning in defense. In order to get Toby to work, I would need to discard 2 more cards. I just don't see an easy way to do. Like, I'm almost able to deal as much damage as they can, but I need like 2 or 3 cards to be buffed. Which I just don't have right now. Against my better judgment. Which I forgot I am in the middle of a mission that locks me out of all of the missions, so we need to go do that one. I was gonna say, maybe I go check out the card tournament, since we're already kind of in that mode. But then I forgot that the side quest I have automatically takes priority over everything else. I'm gonna save it so I don't have to redo any of those.
この辺りにいるはずだ。来たな。来たな。
Yeah, we got him.
いや、まだか。助力しよう。やいば、話は後だ。ああ、やるぞ。来い。
If there was a femto thing, that would be ideal.
攻め手は絶やさん。
When they go out of bounds, so I just can't fight them anymore. There's the 30 standoffs. They just have a lot of health. They just do not wanna stay in the arena. So it seems like my ally in this one isn't doing much of anything. Need them to, like, stay in the quest area. Like, everything seems to be going fine until they just decide that they don't want to be in the barrier anymore. just refuse to stay close. For an almost entirely melee character, that is weird. Now I just decided he didn't want to be grabbed anymore. And we won.
助かった。だが、どうしてここに？
言ったはず。これは己のけじめだ。これで我が模倣人形は全てほふった。私は次の戦場へ向かう。
なあ、お前も旅団に来るのはどうだ？敵は同じはずだ。
すまないが遠慮しよう。私はノインとしてあまたの人を切った。今さら人間が納得すまい。
それは俺も同じだ。
お前には人を引きつける何かがある。私とは違う。誘ってくれたことは感謝しよう。だが共にあるだけが道ではない。道は違えど振るう刃の意味と志は同じだ。なればこそ私は私の道を進む。我が死を頼む。
残念だ。
これは礼だ。お前の役に立つはず。またな。
Development data for his melee weapon. Which I already got because I grabbed one of those. So if those are his unique armor, then that gives me like 3 of his set immediately. Still no idea if I'm anywhere close to where I need for that. Like, at least we're done with standoffs, which is one of the things I was not sure how long those would take. I did find ores completely destroyed, and it's 37, meaning we're not even close. And it does have to be ores completely destroyed. So cards were at 37. Basically, as far as collectibles that are required for trophies, almost every single one of them is less than halfway. So since I've now confirmed I can track mining, these will be the last 2 I do today. And all the other ones, if I do grind everything off stream, I will just add them to the list. Which means I might do a little bit of story now because I kind of have an idea. Actually, we'll check out the card tournament and then I'll do story. And the reason I think I want to pace it like that is because that is technically a side quest that I have left, is the card tournament. And if I can win any number of games there, that should give me an idea of what I'll need for the other cards. Maybe there's like a vendor nearby. A lot of my money grinding might just be me farming the #1 arena spot. So there's only like 4 side quests left. So I need 2,000 and 1,000 for the upgrades. I'll at least check out the card tournament. I don't know if I'm gonna commit to it. If I decide not to, then we'll do story. And my idea is I'll try to dip out before the final quest. And in return, I'll try to grind stuff off stream, and if I get through, like, say, a week of grinding and decide that I hate it, then maybe I'll just finish up the story and be done with it.
ありがとう。
If I decide to do the rest of the platinum stuff on stream, most of it will be me farming the bosses. To basically finish up all of their armor sets. Since I've now ideally unlocked all but maybe one of the bosses for the simulator, I should be able to just go to the simulator and then farm all the gear pieces to get all the trophies for that. That's a better version of that one card that I saw earlier. That's an even better version of that same card, except it's 5. Yeah, like if I can find these random outposts, I can hypothetically get a bunch of cards that way.
大会参加者の方ですね。ご準備のほどはよろしいですか？ああ、承知しました。では、大会予選へ案内いたします。それでは、お二人とも準備はよろしいですか？ああ。
大丈夫です。
よろしくな。
こちらこそ、こういう大会初めてなもので。
俺も初参加だ。
あ、そうなんですか。
お二人ともご準備よろしいですね。あ
あ。はい。
それでは大会予選を開始します。オーバーバレット。
I wonder if I lose the card game, do I just immediately get kicked out of the tournament? I imagine no, like they give me a chance to redo it. If nothing changes, I can play the missile card and get a big buff there. I want to confirm it does count itself as in part of the 3, which I wasn't entirely sure of. There's another win, just need to win one more, I think, unless that was it. Just wait a turn to see what they do. They didn't get rid of enough moon cards. So I win. Nice lead
試合
there.
終了です。お疲れ様でした。
やっぱダメか。悔しいな。もっと強くなるぞ。大会。僕の分も頑張ってね。
I am kind of curious where that one quest is. Because I don't know where a sword marker would be. I have to probably assume that it's probably in the forest somewhere. Let's go turn in that tournament one. That'll probably unlock something new. I actually kind of thought there was going to be a little bit more to it than that. So that did get me 2 new cards. Let's just finish this lineup.
やばい薬の分析が進んだよ。フェムト粒子や肉体も強化できるって研究結果が報告されていたみたいなんだ。
薬を使うだけで強くなれるか。簡単に強くなれたら楽でいいよな。
ダメ。こんなもの使ったら体が壊れちゃう。それに遺伝子や脳に作用しちゃってるから最悪イモータルになっちゃうかもしれない。
そいつはゾッとしないな。
このデータ ある研究所に送っていたみたいなんだ。だから
元から立てばいい。
そういうこと。だからこれを用意した。じゃん、ハッキング用のデバイス。中にデータを消去させるワームが入ってる。これでアクセスすれば連中の研究ファイルはお釈迦ってわけ。
よし、研究所への侵入は任せておけ。
もちろんだ。働かざる者食うべからず。
装備はつけ。
Let me take a look at how I'm doing on like logs and music. Because I have gotten a few since we started. Also, I've only found 2 beacons, which is why that 100 is so daunting. I don't even think I have 100 beacons that I found. I've only found 7 and 17. I feel like there's just too many things that I'm missing too many of for me to want to commit to the platinum. Like, it's not simply a case of like, if I had like a list of exactly where to go to find a bunch of them, I might consider doing it. But it's that I'm just missing so many. And the only kind of vague hints I got are that sometimes like logs appear in facilities and music sometimes appears just kind of wherever. Like, it seems like occasionally like outposts, maybe facilities. Or I would have to go to like every colony to see if I've missed anything. I can't even find this one colony that's supposedly here. It's like every colony presumably might have a chance at music, a log, or a card. But I just have like less than half of them. Of just what I need for trophies, and that's not even like including how many are in the game. But I don't need all of those. It just feels like there's too much that I would just have to just kind of wing. I think even if I were to take the time to grind out stuff, like when I find them, they can appear in like multiple quantities. But even like just up to this point, I've only found less than half of everything.
見せてもらおうか。よし。表示がかかりましたね。この程度なんてことありません。
Took away the grab prompt for a minute. Try to get some more punch levels. I don't remember how many weapons I'm close to finishing up. Also, would be nice if the shields that I have did count, but I'm guessing they don't. Because that probably explains why I'm taking so much less damage. Level 4. One more level and I never have to just regular punch a thing again. If I'm lucky, maybe these 2 control towers will be enough. Yeah, I think my mindset is like, if they had halved every major collectible, the platinum for this would be easy. It would not be much of a problem at all, and it would feel like balanced. But instead, it feels like they just took like a reasonable amount and multiplied it by 10, and now it's kind of a pain. See, level 5 pop. I am getting a mastery boost because of the attachment. Hopefully these don't take too long, the last few I need, because I think I've gotten over half of them at least to level 5. They could have definitely been way meaner with mastery, but they pulled back on that one. No luck there. We'll just go beat the quest. I assume when I get back, there's going to be a new quest for the card tournament. Unless it is something that I have to like get to post game before I get that. Another card there. Also, there is like technically a guide that says like a more specific description of the trophies, but they don't actually say like how to get them or where to find them. So like maybe someday they'll be updated and I'll be open to coming back to this because there are going to be content updates. Like I think in November there's supposed to be an expansion. So maybe like if there is like more story that they add, then maybe I can get an excuse to like come back and finish up the last bits of the platinum. There's at least another music one. I feel like the music ones probably aren't in the dungeons. Unless it's like a by floor reward. Although I could always try a couple of those out just to see. Because I did get those cards revealed.
Data への不正アクセスを検知。規定プロトコルに基づき処理を開始します。職員は速やかに退避してください。当施設を封鎖、掃討を開始します。
レギオン。
お前ら二人いつも仲がいいよな。
そういうあんただって。
ギアワームやヘックスと仲がよろしいようで。
まあな、俺ら兄弟みたいなもんだからな。
じゃあ俺たちと一緒じゃないか。同じ施設で育ったこいつとは切っても切れなくてね。
まったくだな。血は繋がってなくても切れない絆もある。よかったな。一人は辛いぜ。
あんたは一人でも一人じゃないだろ。
言うね。ちげえねえわ。
侵入者の生存を確認。
That was quite a start to this.
生存を確認。
It's just a I need to hit the terminals while like everything else is fighting. Or I needed to actually find the real one. I guess it was an either or. But it's like good luck getting through all the terminals in time and not just dying. Didn't realize I was also gonna have to escape. I was a little bit closer than I should have been.
クソの悪い。全操作完了だ。トビーに報告だな。
That seemed like the two special missions out of the way.
いや、思ったより大変だっただけだ。トビーのおかげで任務完了だ。
そっか、任務完了だな。
ありがとな。
There's the trophy for the card mission. I need to be locked on through a lock on site, automatically heat detect heat sources, and begin tracking. So there would be at least like 6 cards I can presumably get just from doing the tournament. That's nowhere near like the 50 that I still need. Like, a lot of these are like 2-item bosses. Just do one quick battle against Gunfort, see what it's like. Unless there is another version that I have to fight. Yeah, we got it. I can make the shield. Let's just try to make the shield and see if anything activates. It says there's one thing there that I haven't found yet. Okay, so I actually do have, like, substantially more beacons now. Big problem is I will need... Because I have to get 100, that means I need the crafting materials, which I don't have anywhere near. And most of the crafting materials drop from specifically the Axiom robots, which are only available in like certain facilities. I think we wrap up the day with a little bit of story. So the mission name I'm looking for is Showdown. If I finish Showdown, then that beats the main story. Also, there's a trophy pod because I went to this area.
目が覚めた。
母さん。
イリス、大きくなったわね。
お母さん、本当にお母さんなのね。
イリス、
お母さん、ごめん。ここに来るしかなかった。
かわいそうに辛かったわね。
母さん、
何？
あなたが母であることは変わらない。でも、なぜあんなことを、なぜ私の仲間たちを。ねえ、どうして。
私の力ではもうどうにもならない。あの人がついていながらあなたは戻ってしまった。止まっていた時間が動き出せばとどめることはできないの。
どういうこと？
すべてが完成してしまった。統制局はオステオを中心とした支配体制と軍事力を手に入れた。私が開発した中継装置によって最強の兵団センチュリオンは彼の能力、対戦中に人形使いと恐れられた精神同調力でもはや世界のどこでも稼働可能。人間を滅ぼす装置であり兵器。正確にはアウターかイモータルへ変容させるディバイントリガーは完成した。
そんな。じゃあ地上は。
そしてあなたは完璧。すべての検査がそれを示した。あなたたちはあまりにも遅すぎた。
やれやれ、最高幹部ともあろうお方が内なる敵とはね。まったくみんな役に立ってくれる。待っていれば必ずほころび悲鳴を上げて落ちてゆく。そして私は風を受けて舞い上がる。これで私の昇進は間違いない。この名前を返上し、科学局長も十分あり得る。
これは骨が折れそうだな。2、3本で済めばいいがな。
いたぞ。狙っや。やられすぎた。やられ。
I'll just work my way through this area, and hopefully if I see the quest name for like the final quest, then we'll move out. Not quite enough damage there. Still not quite enough damage. Impact rounds, so I found a new weapon. Can pierce through enemies and their guard. I did hear that this is one of the recommended weapons. For like one of the particularly good sets. At least if I get to a point where I can equip bazooka. I think the damage just doesn't quite line up with me to get the grab on them. And we got weapon collector, so I got 100 different types of weapons. I think the problem is the main one that I need is armor collector, because actually weapon collector might be more difficult. Can't really tell. I mean, I guess I got it first, so it has to be easier in that sense. But I feel like I tend to default to grabbing weapons and they drop more frequently. Over there. And another card. I feel like today in particular I got more cards than I got throughout the entire other portions of the game.
集しろ。見えるはずだ。自分を信じろ。戦う力は常に自分にある。
He had a shield, wasn't getting lucky there. So there's going to be a bunch of checkpoints to this final dungeon area. If I decide to dip out and then come back in. I am curious if this counts as an Axiom facility.
So の姿、レイブンか。まさかとは思ったが、それとノインの脱走兵。
ドーントレス。
軍事局長と知り合いなのか。
かつての友だ。いや、それ以上だな。
年を取ったな、レイブン。
そうだな。お前は変わらず双剣のようだ。
捨てたのはお前だ。若さも強さも絆も全てをな。下にいたのだろう。人間はどうだった。
価値がある者もいれば価値がない者もいる。ここと同じだ。
お前が言うならそうなのだろ
う。計画を止めてくれ。お前がワイズにオステオに頼めば。
地上暮らしで忘れたか。彼は冷酷だ。そして正しい。ディバイントリガーは発動された。残された時間はあと2時間。それで終わりだ。
あと2時間。
地上にも暮らしがある。人が生きているんだ。ささやかな自由、ささやかな幸せ。それだけでアウターも人間も分かり合える。イリスはその希望だ。
そのささやかな自由、ささやかな幸せを二度の対戦を経てようやく我々が手にしたことを忘れたのか。我々が許している生活さえ我々にはなかった。道具として生み出され、道具として扱われる。同じ人間なのに恐れながら、恐れるがゆえに残酷に無情に扱う。どれだけの仲間が無残に消えた。笑わせるな。我々でもしないさ。命を紡ぐことができぬ体に作り変えるなんてな。
どういうことだ。
お前の世代は知らないだろう。我々アウターはな、人間によって能力を強化された。それは知らない間に暗闇を這い寄る蛇のようにゆっくりと、だが確実に我々の生殖機能を破壊した。
そんなことが。
我々は慈悲深い。生まれ変わる機会は与えるのだからな。そして世界は一つになる。
それは慈悲じゃない。
かもしれん。だがお前も同意したこと
だ。だから今それを正す。
ならばこれもまた断ち切るべき運命だろう。
レイブ、あんた一体何者だ。
後悔する。ただの男さ。
Know how to deal with a big stun area. It seems like individual parts might be getting destroyed, but I can't tell. Seems like that is the case. Yeah, we got him.
そうか。
ああ。俺を止めるなら、お前であって欲しかった。
倒したのはあいつだぞ。
そうだな。よくやった。誇りに思うぞ。我が兵士よ。
あんたと戦えて光栄だった。
研究施設へ向かえ。アルファがいるはずだ。
あんた。
さあ、終わらせてくれ。このままだと、この体は再生する。
ドントレス。
心臓を破壊しろ。ここだけは再生しない。この心臓はお前にもらった心臓だからな。 お前に届くために、ただ超えるために戦い、倒れ、戦い、倒れ、それでも戦って、戦って、戦って、倒れて、倒れて、倒れた。あの日々に。
さらばだ。
イリス、ここから逃げなさい。
なんで？
あなたを救うためガーデンに上がってきた者たちがいます。今ならまだここを脱出できる可能性はある。
救いに？
解放旅団のレイブンとノインの脱走兵。
二人が？
急いで、すぐにでもここは封鎖される。
お母さんは？
私のことはいい。犯した罪をあがなう時が来た。ただそれだけのこと。
でも
時間がない。チャンスは生かしなさい。私にもやることがある。さあ行って、この先の部屋にあなたのアーセナルがある。あの人のところへ。きっと守ってくれる。
ありがとう、お母さん。
A new two-handed blade. And that's the only weapon you need to them. So even though they probably get added to the boss simulator, there's no reason to actually fight them. Unless they have a core, but I doubt they do. Or I would have expected to see a drop there. I did see that card being played by some of the characters, but I kind of forgot what it is. Another log. More music. I think that's the one that I already grabbed, just wanted to make sure. I'm also gonna just go ahead and save it in case it does throw me into another fight without giving me a heal spot. I guess that was just a lore and refill spot, but not a heal spot. That's definitely a boss room. Like, there's no way that's not a boss room. I am kind of curious if there's a way to see if I've, like I can assume that I don't have a glaive because I don't have one of the things for this, unless I used it already. Like, the downside is there isn't a way to see, like, a quantity of stuff that I have. Also, I need specifically armor, so I would have to buy armor. Wonder if Van Braces count as weapons or armor. But also, one thing I'm gonna try to do is to see if I can get the armor trophy to pop now. And just reload the save. So it seems like if that was enough for 100 pieces, I'm pretty far off. I think we just load that. So at least it seems like if I'm missing armor, it's most likely required crafting. And want to do one more battle against Gun Fort, do a couple of quick, easy bosses, and hope that I don't need a stronger version to get the thing missing. Here we are. I'm still not getting whatever their other unique thing is. Which leads me to believe that maybe it's on a higher tier one. Because there are like 2 to 3 tiers of bosses, and I don't know if I need to unlock all of them. They're just a little bit. There's a bunch of... You're out of map. Here we go. We'll just grab the factor there. I don't know if I need their core for anything. So it seems like they have weapons between the both of them. Let's go activate those cores. I don't remember what repair shot does, but it sounds like it might give me a heal of some kind. I think that's a better version of what I was trying to get earlier. And I gave myself some lasers.
施設のサービス向
Yeah, that's all of the upgrades available. How far am I away from being done with that? So I need to recycle between the pets like a dozen times because there's not enough upgrades, unless there's another vehicle or something I unlock. Like, the implication there seems to be that I just have to pay 50 supply dozens of times until I see a trophy pop, because I have to spend 7,000. But we'll go finish out this. This will probably be the last story beat for the day, and then I'll call it a day. Wasn't it boss room?
イース、無事か？
私よ、カルディアがお母さんが逃がしてくれた。
カルディア？どこに？
時間がない。脱出しろって。
込み入った話はこいつらを片付けてからだ。
もう抜けられない。
活動限界までカウントする。
フィルムな損傷戦闘継続中。
too close to the wall for me to grab.
脱出はその後だ。私たちがここにいるチャンスを生かす。
チャンスやるしかないわね。
急げ、時間がない。
At this point, I just kind of need to grab
トリガーの制御施設は最深部だ。急ぐぞ。
random armor pieces and hope I see the trophy pop. Yeah, I feel like I definitely bought a few at the vendor that didn't get the trophy to pop, so I must be farther away for armor. And I imagine I'll get a lot of the armor just from farming the bosses. Like, that's probably where I wrap everything up. Seems like we're nearing the end of this. I was definitely expecting a boss fight there, though.
センチュリオンか。
センチュリオン。
あの時の
オステオの思考を受けて動く最強の兵士、いや最強の兵器だ。来るぞ、離れるんだ。
お前でも苦戦するのか。力を貸すぜ。
ナーブなのか。ナーブ。
俺の責任でもあるからな。いけるな。
ああ、やってやる。
This actually seems extremely easy.
隙ができ始めた。チャンスよ。
この気を逃すな。一気に行くぞ。
俺ができるのはここまでだ。お前が終わらせてくれ。
どういうことだ。
俺にはできないんだ。
何を言っている。
あそこにあるのは脳と神経も俺の残滓だ。俺はもう疲れたんだ。これ以上大切な人たちを殺したくない。
まさか。
俺がもしおかしなことをしたらお前が止めてくれ。
お前に限ってそんなことはないだろう。俺たちの目標だった最強の戦士だ。俺もすぐ追いつく。
約束してくれ。お前がピンチの時には俺が助けに行く。俺が間違ったらお前が止めてくれ。
分かった。約束するさ。最強の戦士センチュリオン、おめでとう。
歴代のセンチュリオンの中でも最高の出来だ。これをもとにセンチュリオンを増産すれば、
そんな。
行け。終わりにしてくれ。
周りを見て集中しろ。
That was a cheap free hit.
まだやれるでしょ。勝つわよ。了解して。一人で無理しないで。
That was a different move from before. Go ahead and try to just Caitlyn. And we got him.
Nav、お前。
お前を助けるための記憶が使われているんだ。だからこんなになっても懸命になる。人形使いオステオの得意技だ。
こんなことがあるかよ。
楽にしてやれ。できることはもうそれしかない。
ナブ、俺には。
殺すべき時には殺せ。お前は彼の命を背負えるのか。
そうだ、ナブ、お前が俺を救ってくれた。いつだってどんな姿になっても変わらない俺の親友だ。
当たり前だろ、親友。
行きましょう。こんなことをした奴らを許すわけにはいかない。
もう大丈夫よ。
よし。
So this one does have other pieces. So Centurion is another one I'll probably have to farm. I don't remember if I saw a trophy for it. But that's probably gonna be, hopefully, the last story fight I do today. Two more cards. Let me just take a peek at all of my stats. So music, we're up to a third of what I need. Logs, we're almost up to 20 of 30. Cards, we're halfway done. Card games, we need 25 wins. Because I only just started getting wins today. I need to destroy 10 more boss parts. Oh, there's the armor. Nice. 69 armor collected. So pretty much everything I can see. There's like ores destroyed, there's total enemies, which is 1,300, foes grabbed, which is 317. The only thing not on this list, no matter how much I look, is total distance traveled by vehicle. And in terms of weapons, I just need shield, two-handed, a little bit more for punches. So it looks like for weapons, I'm down to 5. And then I'll be all done with leveling weapons, and I can just use whatever I want. I guess, do I see what's through this door, or do I call it a night now? I'll at least see what's through the door.
Kitaka.
これはどういう趣旨？
相馬が戦死した。手にかけたのは侵入者2人だ。心臓を撃ち抜かれていた。相馬といえど、もはや蘇生はかなわぬ。150年来の友を失った。愚かな配信者の手によってな。
友ではなく道具でしょうに。自らが信じる世界と同じように信仰し畏怖する者たちの群れを作る道具だからレイブンは去った。そして私はあなたを愛せなかった。
奴と同じことを言うのだな。偏狭なその論理が愚かな反逆を企てた理由なのか。
反逆？
イリスを逃亡させた一部始終を見ておりました。
支配の柱は増えでこそ世界の生命維持装置足り得るのだ。
私があなたの後任に、相馬はボイドが継ぐことになりました。
それで処分は？
そう急がないでください。一つ提案があります。イリスを捕らえるのに協力しなさい。私はあなたの功績を高く評価しています。特にイリス、あれはあなたから作られたあれは実に素晴らしい。あなたももともとは研究のためにあれを何や
死んだ今もお前はあいつのものなのか。ディバイントリガーへ。
Yeah, I think now we're nearing the end, so I'm just gonna head back to base. So here's pretty much where I'm at. I'm going to generally try to avoid collectibles while just grinding out enemies. Like, I might hit up random outposts to grab them, but I'm not gonna do like any facilities. I may do boss refights, but the main idea is just knocking out the particularly grindy trophies off stream. And if I finish them, say, within a week or two, or if it looks like I'm getting relatively close, I may, like, delay streaming the story finale of this. The only one I may have to do off stream that's not marked, as I mentioned before, is just riding around a vehicle, because I have no idea how far I've traveled on vehicle. And like, unless it randomly pops during a race, the chances of me getting it naturally are extremely low. But I think we're gonna... And I'm hoping this special facility is not the same as Axiom facility, but I have no idea. I'll probably also do mostly beacons. Pretty much everything that's on this screen will probably have different numbers by the next time I play. And ideally I'll try to stop right before the trophy pop, so I can just go like grab one or two things and then get the trophies. But with that, I'm gonna call it here. So maybe I'll be back in a week, depending on if I get through the grind or if I just decide to not do it. Let's see who's on to raid. I see Garth is going with some hunting. So we'll go say hi to Garth. So with that, probably next weekend, when I do stream, it'll be more Yote on Saturday, and then probably more Yakuza on Sunday. And then Wednesday, if I've at least started the grind and decided I want to commit, I might do Donkey Kong for a week just so I give myself extra time. Otherwise, we're just gonna play by ear. That being said, that's it for me today. Thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Garth, and bye-bye.